Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So I'm going to introduce who we have here and what we have going on. We're already getting started on our next piece, basically doing a little bit of prep work for it. We will have some cameras up on the screen and some closed captioning up on the screen that should help you guys out through this process. So we have a visiting artist on the floor today, and this is sadly his last day of this residency in particular, but we have, because of that, lots of great work out on the front pedestals and on the table here from the previous days of the residency. So we have Peter Hermansson here. He's the one in the back with the yellow sleeve. Everyone else on the floor is helping him bring his visions, ideas, designs to life through glass. So we have some cane pulling happening in the background here. It's just a long rod of white colored glass, which will be used for striping in the pieces, just like you're seeing in the neck of the finished pieces on the pedestals. That's a really good example of how this cane is used. And I was just described the process of making these pieces earlier, so I do want to talk about that for just a brief moment while I have some time in the beginning here. So this technique is called Graal. It's a Swedish technique where there is a blank that is created, and we actually have an example right here, luckily. So this piece of glass has walls that are like this thick, insanely thick walls of glass with many layers of color throughout. And then this is sandblasted. A design is put onto the surface of the glass that's sandblasted through, and that will create all of these really incredible, richly colored designs that you're seeing on the finished piece. And that's how they're getting these really crisp lines. So they're laying out a design, right, and then they sandblast through the glass, and that's revealing the different layers of color throughout the wall of the piece. And then the process that we're seeing for the most part here at the museum is step 3. So step 1 is creating the blank, right? Step 2 is sandblasting. And you have like a physical texture on the surface of the piece at that point. Then step 3, we pick it up again in the hot shop and we blow it out into these bigger, very smooth, finished forms. So that's what we're going to be seeing today, is the actual picking up and blowing of the finished sandblasted piece in the hot shop. And then again, this is just some detail that we're going to be adding on in like the neck of the piece. Feel free to ask any questions that you have throughout the process. You can ask me technical questions, or you can ask questions about the designs and inspirations, and Peter himself can answer those pretty easily. And something about having the last day of the visiting artist residency as well, today, Sunday, we're going to be having an artist talk or artist lecture at 1 p.m. This is something we do on the last day, so the artist has a chance to explain their inspirations and, you know, their background in glass, which, speaking of, Peter's been working with glass for about 21 years or so. So yes, actually, these pieces, because they're so thick, when we make the blank, they have to cool for a very long time compared to just a normal finished glass piece. And that also applies to pieces that have like a lot of fragile connections. Those need to anneal for a long time as well. But the finished pieces, those should be closer to a normal annealing cycle. And for those who haven't heard of an annealer, don't worry, I'll start from the top. So the annealers are where we put our finished pieces. They're the large black boxes on our far walls. And that one has a do not open sign because that probably has pieces from like yesterday or maybe the day before inside of it. And that's where we have a really controlled cooling cycle. It's usually overnight or 12 hours-ish. But for thicker pieces, we have had pieces annealed for up to about like 4 days in this hot shop before. Oh yeah, and when we are working with thick pieces of glass like this, right, so we already had this blank, we sandblasted through it, we actually have to heat it up to hot shop temperatures to be able to pick it up and start working with it again. So we have been heating or warming a blank, not a blank, it's not blank anymore, back up to temperature inside of these top load annealers, which are the boxes that are in the very front. So we warm them up back to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe just a little bit warmer, and then we can pick them up on a pipe and blow them out. So that tank with the closed door in the back that we just went inside of, that's where we're actually getting the molten glass itself, so the glass furnace. So sitting in the base of a large ceramic crucible behind that door, we have just a pool of molten glass sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the upper end of the temperatures that we're working with when it comes to the glass itself. It's kind of molten to honey texture. And we're working with this over on the left bench for now. We do end up doing most of our work at the center bench right here.
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm just going to tell you a little bit what we are doing now. Ben over there is gathering just like a clear glass donut shape that's going to be used like a glue to glue the blank on to the pipe. So in that oven there we have put a ready blank with all the illustrations on it. It's up on in degrees now, so we're going to take that up in 5 minutes maybe. And that's those blanks I'll be working with in Sweden for maybe 1.5 months, and then sent them here over for the residency. So this is the 6th or 7th we do this week. So it's a lot of preparations for those pieces. Thank you.
So this clear glass has been prepared in such a way that we basically burst the bubble open on the end of the pipe. So if we were to blow into the pipe right now, the air just passes all the way through. And when we connect this to the opening of this cup shape, then we essentially have a completely sealed bubble on the end of our pipe because of that. So this is called a collar, this clear glass right here. So earlier I mentioned that the walls of the blanks are very thick, which again, for those who just joined in, this is a pretty long process to get to the finished pieces that you're seeing on the pedestal on the table here. But essentially it all starts with this large blank, which has these really thick walls of glass and different layers of color in the walls. So when we sandblast through the walls, we can end up with these really nice, sharp colored designs and sharp shapes using sandblasting as our technique. And then the third step is what we're about to see here, which is actually picking that blank up again in the hot shop and then blowing it out into these finished pieces. So this piece already has our design on it, it has all the colors we need. We will see them gather clear glass over this piece again, and the blanks themselves are already 20 or a little bit over 20 pounds each. And so this is a lot of glass, pretty heavy pieces in the end. And so I got a good question about color. This is how all of the color starts right here on the front table. This is called color bar. I can actually, let's see, show off an example for anyone who's a little further in the back, right? So this is just solid colored glass through and through. And we get this shipped in. We do not make it ourselves. It's a process where you mix in different metals, minerals, and oxides into clear glass to get these beautiful, rich colors. So we have taken this and they have done a Swedish overlay with this piece to get these colors on, which is maybe a little bit too hard to describe just off the top of my head, but we're essentially melting this color down and layering it one by one to create the different layers of color. Yeah, that's just very, very simplified explanation, right? I think that we might have a video that I could show off later, but I do want to focus on the process we're seeing right now for a little bit longer. So again, in the front right here, we've been heating up our blank up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit warmer. We're using that color to attach to the opening of the cup, pick it up, and now we can work with it further in the hot shop. I know, it's very impressive. So we have it safely in the heat now, and we'll be able to warm this up to a healthy temperature. And eventually, again, we are going to gather an entire layer of clear glass over top of all this color as well. We usually don't want colored glass directly on the surface of our piece. As you can see, kind of with this finished piece on the cart right here, there's this large mass of clear attached to the bottom of the finished piece. And we're going to have that almost every time we make anything in the hot shop. We're going to have some sort of glass left over on the bottom where it was connected to the pipe. And eventually we'll have to cut, cold work, grind that glass away. And if the color's on the surface, we may grind through that color, or you know, we might chip away at the color somehow. Just important to have a little clear coat. Yeah, don't you guys feel like you chose a good day to come in? Now, I do want to add one more thing for those who came in more recently. This is something I want to mention throughout the day, but our visiting artists, the last day of their residency, we always have an artist talk. And again, we have our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson. He is the one who's actually holding this torch at the center bench right now at this moment. So he's the brains behind the design and the way that this piece is going to come together. Everyone else is helping him work towards this goal. They all work for the Museum of Glass, and they help visiting artists that come through. But yeah, this is the last day of Peter's residency. He'll have an artist talk or artist lecture at 1 p.m. That's what I was trying to get to here. This is something you don't want to miss if you want to ask him any questions about his process or his inspirations, then that's a perfect time to do that. And just in case anyone needs a little explanation about this right here, Peter's taken a strainer, which is a strand of one of these pieces of color bar. So just pure solid colored glass has been stretched out, and he's heating up the tip of it and just leaving all these little dots on the surface of our piece. And you could see these little designs everywhere on some of these finished pieces, like right here. This one has pretty obvious dotting design, kind of emanating from this face. So this is called flame working. It's a very detail-oriented, smaller scale form of glass art. So luckily we have some videos I could show off showing the process of making some of these designs, or even creating the blank in the first place, or at least one step. I think I'll show off the process of kind of making the designs itself. Again, this is called Graal, and it's a Swedish technique. So could I have that video, please? So this is a simple explanation of Graal, the diagram or drawing that's up on the screen. Just showing that there are two layers of color, and then the outer layer is basically cut through, or in our case it's sandblasted through to reveal the second layer of color. So we soaked up enough heat to make the glass malleable, and we're rolling it on the marver. This large stainless steel table has this thick slab of stainless steel up on top to shape and cool the glass. In this case, I think we're trying to kind of flatten and smooth the surface of this glass out. It has a lot of kind of has those bumps from the dots that we added, and then it also has lots of valleys from the sandblasting. Now, the place we're heating this glass up, we technically have 2 of these on at the moment, so we could work at 2 places at once and then eventually bring things together. And this is really helpful for making something like the neck of this piece and then the body of this piece separately and then bringing them together. But they run around the same temperature no matter which station we're working at, about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is the temperature of the equipment in the molten glass that we're working with. So we're using a different tool now. This pad in Ben's hand is actually just newspaper, folded up newspaper. We've splashed it with some water. It conforms to the shape of our hand, and we can essentially just use our hand to smooth out the side of the piece, kind of guide which way it blows out. And I'm sure you guys can already tell that it's heavy, but this piece, again, just that blank itself was already over 20 pounds of glass, and it supposedly feels 5 times heavier than it actually is when it's on the end of your pipe, just because of the leverage it has against you. And then, of course, the hotter something is, further back, you're going to want your hands, you know, not close to the heat, so it has even more leverage against you. It's a lot. But everyone on the floor is very experienced. Our full-time team that works here at the museum, they each individually have between 20 and 30 years of experience working with glass, maybe up to about 35 for some of them. Now, all the heating and rolling that we're doing at this point is less to shape the glass and actually more so to cool the end of the bubble down. And the reason that we would want to cool portions of the bubble down is to prevent it from blowing out too much in that direction. We always try to keep the bottom half sort of our pieces colder so it stays a little bit thicker and doesn't blow out as much as we're blowing out the rest of the piece. So there, it looks like Ben's decided that we have cooled the bottom down enough to give it a little puff of air, so we're expanding the areas that we didn't cool down as much. And I did hear them talking about making a jack line in this piece pretty soon. So the jack line is basically a line or a divot that we squeeze into the glass right off the end of the pipe. And this is going to eventually become a breaking point. We'll break the piece off of the pipe from there later on. So we're working on that jack line now. These two metal blades are called the jacks. The only thing, the only tool that we actually coat with beeswax. And we're squeezing down into that glass, creating that weak point. You'll notice us using these wooden paddles quite a bit as well. We're actually just shielding Sarah's hand and arms from the radiant heat coming off of the piece, which there's a lot of heat in this piece. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. I'll give you a quick introduction as to what's going on right here, and then I'll hop right back into the process. So we actually have a visiting artist today, and this is the last day of his residency. His name's Peter Hermansson, and he's the one who's standing holding the pipe, angling it down right now. Everyone else is working for the museum. They work here and help visiting artists that come through like Peter. And we're going to see pieces like the ones on the tables and the pedestals finished and made in the hot shop today. These ones have been made over the past 4 days of the residency, and they're actually even more cooling down right now inside of that large black box over on the right wall. So maybe we'll see those come out at some point today. That would be pretty cool. But these pieces are using a really interesting technique called Graal, which is Graal, and this is basically starting with this blank right here, which has many layers of color almost right on the surface of the piece, or quite literally on the surface of the piece. The walls are super thick like this. And then our visiting artist, Peter, he creates these very intricate designs like you're seeing on the finished pieces. He lays that out on the blank, and then he sandblasts through those layers of color to reveal the other layers underneath. So it's this really long, complicated process. He was telling people earlier that these blanks for these pieces took a month and a half to finish. And then this is the third and final step in the hot shop. Here we pick the blank back up on a pipe, and then we blow it out and turn it into its final form. Now this one earlier I mentioned, and I don't know if anyone remembers this, but I mentioned that they were going to gather clear glass over it, and we have not seen them gather clear glass over it. I'm assuming it's because this piece is already so large, they probably pulled it out and then decided to just stick with what they had. But we are seeing them fully blow this out. We'll finish the bottom half of the piece first, and then we will work on the top half, which we should have a striped neck in it, kind of like these finished pieces on the pedestals specifically. And something that's important about the last day of the visiting artist residency is the artist will have a lecture or talk at 1 p.m. So we'll hear Peter talk about his inspirations and himself as an artist at 1 p.m. That's a really good time to ask all the questions you have about those inspirations. And as of right now, so we've blown this piece out quite a bit. We've created the jack line, which is a weak point right off the end of the pipe. We really cinched in so it breaks off easily right there. And now we're using this wooden board with wet newspaper laid out on top of it. The reason we use this is to apply even pressure along the entire wall of the piece all at once, which creates really straight walls for cylinders or cones. So very simply put, we're working on shaping and blowing out the glass right now into its final shape. And we have many ways to heat up the glass. I get questions about these torches quite a bit, so we use these torches to heat up just sections of the glass at a time instead of the entire thing overall. This can help us balance heat out if one area is getting too cold too quickly, or It can help us just focus heat on one area that we want to work on and nothing else. In this case, we're heating up the section of the glass called the moil, which is that clear glass is actually connecting the piece to the pipe. It's getting too cold too quickly, and it's actually starting to chip away. So for those who joined in more recently, I do see some new faces over here. Welcome into the hot shop, first of all. And I wanted to talk about who we have here pretty briefly and what we have going on. So we have all these finished pieces out on our front pedestals and tables, as you could see, using the same sort of design of these pieces, which is Graal, G-R-A-A-L. It's a technique where there are multiple layers of color on the surface of the glass, which are then etched through or cut through in some sort of way. This technique is specifically using sandblasting. So we sandblast through layers and layers of color on the surface of a piece to create these really interesting designs and gradients of color. And this is designed by our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson. He's the one who is in the far back, the jeans on. We have had him for a full week residency. This is the last day of that residency. Because of that, we'll have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. So definitely stick around or come back for that. And we are working on this blank that we picked up this morning just at about 10. These pieces are humongous, as you could tell. And then especially with the leverage of it being all the way on the end of the pipe, far away from you, they feel even heavier, kind of fighting gravity. Now, Peter worked on these designs. Again, the sandblasting in that design process takes a while. He worked on these pieces for a month and a half, he said, before we even got to step 3, which is blowing them out in the hot shop. So we are actually preparing a second pipe right now with some clear glass on the end of it, all the way over on the left bench. And we'll be bringing that over to the center bench and attaching it to the center of the bottom of this piece pretty soon. And again, luckily this piece on the cart right here is a really good example. There's actually this large like circle of clear glass still connected to the bottom of the piece. And this is exactly what we're going to be doing with that pipe over there. We're going to just stick it right on. Technically, this is part of the piece when we're done in the hot shop. So we have to go through a process where we cut and grind and cold work that extra glass away, and then we're just left with the finished piece. But yeah, this is almost inevitable. Depending on the pieces that you're working on, you're going to have that connection where it was attached to the pipe, and then at the very, very end, you just crack that connection and break it off of the pipe, so you're left with that excess. But the whole point of attaching this second pipe to the bottom and breaking it off is just so we can get access to the top. So that means that we're going to start working on the top half of this piece next. And I did get a good question about color. The colors that we work with in the hot shop may appear pretty different when we're working with them and they're hot in the hot shop. So for example, with these pieces, oranges will look more red, reds will look black or brownish, and yellows will look orange, you know, so on. A lot of different colors will change a little bit when we're working with them in the hot shop. But the pink on this piece is accurate to the final color. The white, that's accurate. I am not entirely certain what this grayish color is, so that one could change a little bit as it cools down. And I know that we have some small dots of yellow on the surface of this piece throughout as well. So now we've just brought our punty over, which is the second pipe. We stick that on. And then we create a jack line in this connection as well. Again, just this weak point or this divot, making it easy to break off when we're completely done. And to break the piece off, we apply a bunch of water using the tweezers. So we're literally cracking that connection from thermal shock, and then give it a tap. And that was a successful, clean break. I know it looks violent, but that glass is really thick still. And then we immediately give this some heat. We don't want it to drop too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And now we can work on the top half of the piece. And this is why it's nice to have two benches to work at the same time, if not three. So over on the left bench, we've been preparing this large bit of colored glass that we'll eventually bring over and attach to our piece. That's what we did for example, this right here is just straight color that was wrapped around the base. And then we did the same thing, just a little bit less around the opening as well, tying the whole piece together. So we bring that bit of color over, lightly touch this down on the lip of the piece, and then as we turn the entire piece, that pulls and follows all the way around, creating a lip wrap. So we're just going to have a rim of a nice bright pop of color. So as we're getting closer to the final shape, we've actually moved on to using a different tool. So these are two wooden blades instead of metal blades that we're using right now. And this is supposed to help prevent any gouging or scraping in the glass that the metal blades could cause. So we shouldn't have any marks in the final piece. It'll just be nice, smooth finish. And as you can see, we're still just very carefully balancing the heat in this piece using these fluffy torches, which are running at the same temperature as all of our other equipment, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We're just using it to heat up sections that are getting a little bit too cold. So the whole idea behind this heating, coming back to the bench, they're spinning pretty quickly and they're just pushing on the outside, is they're using centrifugal force, like an outward flaring or pulling force from the spinning quickly, and they're pushing it into the papers by spinning it quickly, basically. And the papers are just there to control the shape and make sure everything straightens out. But yeah, pretty crazy. It takes a lot of effort to make these pieces of glass. And welcome into the hot shop to those who recently joined in. We have a visiting artist, Peter Hermansson, in the hot shop, and he is the one, the far back over on the left with the full jeans. I usually try to point people out by their articles of clothing. Now, this is a huge piece of glass that we've been working on since about 10 this morning, and we will be finishing this off relatively soon. We're trying to perfect this cone shape, just continuously smoothing out the sides of the glass using a couple of different methods. This takes a very careful balance of heat. Right here we're heating up the glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe. We're just heating up the lip of the piece barely and giving the whole thing a little bit of heat. We don't want anything to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit at any point. And did I mention this is the last day of Peter's visiting artist residency here at the museum? And because of that, we'll have him give a talk at 1 p.m. He's going to talk about his inspirations as an artist, his background as an artist. And this is something that we do the last day of any visiting artist residency. So you guys chose a good day to come in. Now we've been working on these pieces throughout the week. We have a bunch of finished ones on the front table and the front pedestals in this cart just to my side as well. And all of these pieces are using a really interesting technique called Graal, G-R-A-A-L. This is what the pieces look like in the very beginning. Right here, this is a blank, which has really thick walls of glass and many different layers of color, which then is sandblasted to etch through and reveal the other layers of color underneath. And luckily, we'll have some videos of this to show off during our artist lecture. You'll get to see those parts of the process that we haven't before. But Peter was saying that these pieces, the design of the sandblasting, took a month and a half for him to make. So it is a 3-step process, but the longest step, the longest part of the process is actually getting that design on the glass. You guys came in just in time to see us finish this piece. So this impressive piece has a lot of work behind it. Our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson, is the one who designed this piece. He's the one who's holding onto the pipe right now. Everyone else on the floor is working for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through all the time like this. And this is a piece that has taken quite a bit of time to get here. It's a 3-step process, starting with creating a blank, which has many layers of color. And then the process of creating the design itself, all of the details, is using sandblasting. So you essentially are covering the entire piece and you kind of pull certain sections off, and then wherever your sandblasting is going to etch or grind through, and you're going to see that second layer of color underneath. And that process of creating the design, Peter said, took a month and a half to create the design for these pieces, making it the longest part of the process. And then finally, once we have that blank with the designs, we pick it up again on the end of a pipe in the hot shop and blow it out into this final form. So this is the shaping part of the process. And we are getting pretty close here, it seems. We've been doing a lot of straightening and touching up. And at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So this is a good time to get final photos of this piece while you can. And then again, this piece is kind of similar, where we're going to have this clear glass connected to the bottom from where we break it off the pipe. This will have to be cold worked off, so cut, ground, polished off once it's room temperature. So we're ready to break this piece off and put it away. We've been carefully balancing heat. We break it off. Same thing as earlier, we apply some water to the point that we want to break, and then we just tap the pipe, which sends a vibration to those cracks created by the water, and it should just pop the piece right off into those Kevlar gloves. So with the tap of the pipe, that was cleanly broken off. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing the first piece of the day. Thank you, everyone. And safely into the annealer it goes. So this box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It'll slowly cool this down overnight. And that is our first piece of the day. Man, I cannot emphasize how insane these are. These are really heavy right from the beginning. These blanks that have been carved into are already between 20 and 30 pounds of glass. And then some of these pieces we're even gathering another layer of clear over top of, which that one we did not. That one was too big to do that. Now, I'll use this time to talk about a few little things, but I'm sure the artists are going to need a second to get some water, rest their muscles before they come back and continue working. But we are going to see more of these pieces throughout the day today. We have more blanks sitting inside of that box and warming up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that box in the front there. If you ever feel like you guys have missed something and you want to rewatch it or just watch back before you came in, we have our Museum of Glass YouTube channel. We live stream every single day and we permanently save those live streams on there. It's up right now. It'll be up tomorrow, every day. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, guys. We have a visiting artist here. His name's Peter Hermansson. He's the one over on the far left of the hot shop with the yellow sleeve. So he's the one who's designed these pieces that we see out on our front tables and pedestals. These are really intricate, incredible pieces. He was telling the audience earlier that it took him a month and a half to just get the design onto the glass that we're going to be using. So this is right here, blank for a Graal, Graal. So basically this has a bunch of layers of color right on the surface of the piece. And when you sandblast through the surface of the glass, it reveals those second or third layers of color underneath. So that's how he's getting these really sharp and intricate designs on these pieces right here. So this started off as just a blank like that with lots of layers of color. He etched through it, and then we pick it up here in the hot shop and we blow it out into this larger form. These blanks are between 20 and 30 pounds each, so these are pretty big, heavy pieces of glass. And some of these pieces we're even gathering one more layer of clear over top of it. I think this one has a layer of clear specifically. Some of them are too big to add another layer of glass to, like this one does not have a layer of clear on the surface. But yeah, they're all really interesting, very intricate three-step pieces. And we just saw them finish blowing out one before you guys came in. I think we finished it 10 to 15 minutes ago. We should see another large piece blown out in the second half of the day. It looks like we might be doing some prep work right now. Right here, this is some colored white glass that we're going to pull out and then eventually be able to use as the striping in the necks of some of these pieces. So just a little bit of prep work. Now, importantly, because this is the last day of Peter's residency, we're going to have an artist talk at 1 p.m. So he'll come up here in the front, take the microphone. He's going to talk about his inspirations behind his work and kind of his timeline of being an artist. So the glass that we use here is a soda lime glass, so soda ash limestone, but mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. And that's melted down in the furnace, which is the tank with the closed door all the way in the back there, just in a large crucible. And the colors are actually, we don't make them ourselves, we get them shipped in like this. So this is solid colored glass through and through. It's called Color Bar, very creative name for a bar of color. We take sections of this, we melt it down, and we essentially layer it onto things. And we'll actually see a video of that process a little bit later, how that color was layered onto these large bubbles of glass. But yeah, different metals, minerals, and oxides for the color. And that's actually technically what we used for this as well. We just melted down a solid white piece of color bar, and we're just about to stretch it out into this long rod of cane. So the temperatures in the hot shop are usually between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So 2100, 2300. The molten glass, when it freshly comes out of the furnace, is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, this glass right here is a little bit colder than that. We wanted it more of like a taffy texture so we could stretch it out, but not so hot that it's uncontrollable. Yeah, so we call this cane, and it's basically just a long rod of color, but we are going to cut it up into these smaller sections, usually like pencil length and pencil width. And the way that we use the pieces of cane is we'll take these pieces, we'll lay them out on a tray and just heat them up a little bit. And then we can actually roll a piece of glass over top of them on the end of a pipe to pick them up. So we end up with these stick straight stripes all the way around this cylinder, basically. And from there, in our case, so far, we've just left all of these stripes stick straight. We haven't twisted them or done anything further with them, but we can do so many different things with cane. We can create zigzag lines, we could create a spiral of colors, we could do almost anything you can imagine with cane. So many different cool things. It's kind of a Venetian technique. Oh, and if I didn't point this out already, the Graal technique, where we're etching through the surface of the glass to get these different patterns, that is a Swedish technique. And we're also using a Swedish overlay to get the color onto the glass as well. So 2 Swedish techniques, 1 more Italian technique. And here's an example of the Swedish overlay. We'll also see a video of our visiting artist Peter working on a piece and doing this Swedish overlay when he does his lecture at 1 p.m. We should see that video, but it's really satisfying. They quite literally fold a bubble kind of onto itself. They flip it inside out, fold it inside out. It's interesting. It's hard to describe, but interesting. So far we've only made 1 of these pieces today, and it's sitting inside of that box over on the right wall. No, your left wall over there. And it's going to slowly cool down in there overnight. But in total, our visiting artist brought 8 of these finished blanks from Sweden with him to work on in the hot shop here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it seems like we'll have 1 more left to finish at the end of the day today. Yeah. So kind of along those lines, we have these workshops that we host once a month on the weekends. And I could pull up a calendar if you want to look at it, but basically we have an entire weekend dedicated to people, they come down onto the floor and they go to the right bench over there, which we're not using today. They sit there and they actually make their own piece of glass art. So that's something that you guys could sign up for as long as the calendar isn't booked out. It's pretty popular, especially, for example, like the pumpkin making in October and November. That's really popular. But yeah, that's an opportunity that you guys can actually, choose the colors, you choose the shape kind of, and they walk you through it step by step on how to make it. And speaking of designing things, I haven't really talked about this much yet today, but the way visiting artists residencies work is the visiting artist usually has to apply for a residency. I don't know if this one was specifically an application, but they bring forward a bunch of designs to our team, and then they help them bring those designs and those visions to life. So this is completely, in the control of our visiting artists. They get to choose the colors and the designs. They actually bring their own colored glass in, and then our team is the hands of the project, I guess you could say. So this is the tray that we're going to be heating up all of those pieces of cane on right here at the center bench. It's a little bit hard to see, but we have all these grooves in this metal plate that are going to hold the cane steady so they don't roll off. So that's something I was trying to describe earlier. It's just a bit hard to describe, but we start with this blank right here, right, which already has all the layers of color on it. But if you're asking about how they get colors onto this to begin with, it's using color bar right here, these solid bars of color. We take it on the end of our pipe, we completely melt it down, and then we will these pieces are specifically a Swedish overlay. So we create a bubble out of that color, and then we push it onto a different bubble and kind of invert it on itself. But basically, just to put it in a very simple way, we're just spreading that solid color in a thin layer across the entire surface of one bubble of glass, and that's done multiple times over to get multiple layers of colors, which then our visiting artist Peter, you'll sandblast through the surface and create these patterns. And because we have those multiple layers of color, right, we end up being able to make gradients by only taking away a certain amount of the color, for example, or fully going through one layer of color and revealing just the second layer of color entirely. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I am describing the process of getting these designs or this color onto these pieces. These pieces are designed by our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson, and he's over on the right side of the hot shop with the yellow sleeve on his arm. Everyone else on the floor is working for the museum, and they help the visiting artists that come through like today. Now, Peter's been here for a full week residency, starting on Wednesday and going all the way through today, Sunday. And because it's the last day of his residency, he's going to give an artist talk at just about 1 p.m. He'll come up in the front, he'll take the microphone, he'll talk about his inspirations behind his work and himself as an artist. So this will be a really good time to ask some questions about our visiting artist himself. And we did just finish one large piece before you guys came in, maybe a half hour ago or so. That piece is sitting inside of the annealer, that large black box over on the left wall, where it has to cool down for about 12 hours or overnight, along with the second piece that we're going to make today. So we will be working on another one of these large pieces after our artist lecture, which, once again, is at 1 p.m. Don't miss it. And you guys came in on a good day. These pieces are incredible to watch made, and they are incredible to look at. They are very heavy. The blanks themselves are between 20 and 30 pounds each, and our artist put in, he said, a month and a half of work into creating the actual designs on the surface of the piece, which is using Graal, or it's a Graal technique, G-R-A-A-L. So the center bench right here, we did a bit of prep work before you guys came in, just pulling these sticks of colored glass, cutting them into the exact size we need, and we're now laying them out on this metal plate with grooves in it to hold them steady. And we're going to take some glass, which you see us working on up on the screen over on the left bench. We'll take that, bring it over, and roll it over top of these pieces of cane to pick them up all the way around the entire bubble. And that is used for these kind of necks to these pieces. You can see this one is really obvious, these black and white stripes on the neck. So over on the left bench or up on the screen, the process that we've just seen is the artist took a piece of color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass through and through. They attached it to the end of a pipe, melted it down, and then they actually layered it on top of a clear bubble of glass. So this is how we start most of our pieces in the hot shop. This is a pretty common way to get color on our pieces. So we do already have a bubble inside of this glass. You just saw Sarah inflate it a little bit. After letting that layer of color cool down, we're gathering a layer of clear. So if you haven't seen us use this piece of equipment already, this is the furnace, and this is where we're actually holding the molten glass itself inside of a large ceramic crucible. It's sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass is textured a lot like honey. So we're able to scoop it up. And we sit down and use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool that is completely saturated in water. It's kept saturated in water whenever we're not using it. We're going to smooth and even this layer of clear out. So we were just using an air gun or a nozzle to blow some compressed air onto the glass. We're just cooling it faster than if we were to let it sit on its own. And this is usually so we can gather another layer of clear over top of it. But we have just disappeared around the corner for a second. We're using a pipe cooler, trough of water that we set the pipe into. I get a lot of questions about, how isn't it so hot that they can't touch it? But this is how we cool it down. Every once in a while, we'll just use the pipe cooler. And then back to the furnace. And we will be working at the center bench once we have all the glass that we need for this bubble. So the furnace is the one that actually holds the glass, the one with the closed door. And then at each bench, we have a place to reheat the glass. So there's nothing physically in the base of this, really. It's just heat that we're applying to what we already have to make it either malleable again or to keep it just warm enough from breaking. You'll see that later on once we get this actually blown out and turned closer to its final shape. Oh yeah, and we do have two different benches to work at right now. There's actually not necessarily a big difference between those two benches. We did set them up differently, but we need to have two places to work at the same time so we can bring pieces together, for example. Now here's our tray of cane that we prepared earlier. Again, just these sticks of white colored glass, basically. We're going to heat this up. And then we'll be able to roll this bubble that we prepared right over top of all that cane and pick it up. So we have the two pieces of glass ready. And just like that, we've picked up our cane. We now have some stick straight white striping on a black background. And I know some new people just joined in, so I do want to briefly introduce who's here and what we're doing real quick before I hop back into the explanation. We do have a visiting artist today. It's his last day of his residency here at the museum, but his name's Peter Hermansson. And he's the one over on the far right with the yellow sleeve on his left arm. And everyone else on the floor, they work for the museum, and they help visiting artists that come through, like Peter. And I've been mentioning this is the last day of Peter's residency. And whenever it's the last day of a residency, we have the artists come up to the front and they talk about their inspirations behind their work. They talk about themselves as an artist, all inside of an artist lecture, artist talk. And that'll be happening at just about 1 p.m. So after we finish this little bit of prep work right here, we'll hear from Peter himself. And we'll actually see some videos of the parts of the process that we haven't been seeing for these pieces in the hot shop here. So that'll be pretty exciting. Basically how we create the blank right here to begin with. And yeah, we'll see maybe some process photos of how we get the designs on the piece, which is called Graal, by the way, Graal. So a Swedish technique of getting just that design in general. But the way that Peter did it specifically, we start with this blank that has layers of color on the outside, and then he sandblasts through the surface to reveal the other layers of color underneath. And that process takes a while. He said it took him 1.5 months to finish the designs for the pieces that we're seeing for this residency. So with this bubble of glass, we want the cane those stripes to come all the way to the very end of the bubble. So we just cut the end of the bubble off, which is mostly clear glass, leaving us with the stripes going all the way to the tip of the bubble. So now we can continue to blow this out further and shape this. And for anyone who's joined in recently, just a brief introduction, and then I do want to mention, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have by just grabbing my attention, and I'll come right over. But we have a visiting artisan here. His name is Peter Hermansson. He's just behind me in the yellow sleeve.
I can take a few words. Yeah, sure. Just press it. Oh, it's already on. Yeah, the okay. Hello, everybody. Just gonna explain a little quick what we're doing. If you see my sketch on the board there in the front, you can see that the top and the bottom is like black and white striped. So that we do now is the bottom part that we're gonna add then on after my talk. We will start working on the blank, and then we add that part to the blank. So that's what we are doing now. Okay.
Oh yeah, but I just wanted to mention this is basically a little bit of prep work right here, right? So we're just gonna create this bubble, we'll section it off, and then we'll kind of set it aside during our artist lecture, which is going to happen in 10 to 15 minutes from now. Peter will take the microphone from me and actually talk more about his work, answer some questions that I'll have a hard time answering. And I can answer a lot of questions about technique though. So I did want to just mention again, feel free to ask questions about these pieces. We also live stream every single time that we're down on the hot shop floor. So if there are pieces that you see that you really want to see made in the hot shop, we save our live streams permanently on our YouTube channel. Just look that up, and then you can go back in time as far as you want. Years and years of live streams that we have saved on there. Yeah, so at this moment we were sitting and letting the glass cool down a little bit, and we're going to be gathering a layer of clear over top of everything. We usually don't want colored glass directly on the surface of a piece, and that includes cane, which are those stick straight stripes of color. Because when we're attaching pipes to things or when we're breaking the piece off, there's a chance we could be chipping color off. And the finished piece, we want everything clear coated so that the colors don't react with each other or with the flame coming off of our torch. Yeah, could I have visiting our slideshow, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, up on the screen there's a slideshow going, showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made work. Kind of give you an idea of the finished products that we've been seeing throughout the residency and things he's made in the past. And for those who didn't hear this earlier, we did finish one of these pieces in the first half of the day. We finished it at just about noon. And we should see one more piece finish in the second half of the day, which Peter was pointing out, the drawing on this shield right in front of where they're working at the center bench right there. That drawing is exactly what we're going to be seeing in the second half of the day. So this is when we're going to see more blowing and shaping of this glass. So using this pad in Ben's hand, which is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with water. Yes, I know, kind of an odd tool. We're guiding which way the bubble blows out, using that newspaper to guide it. We use these torches to apply extra heat to one area. This fluffy torch, it runs around the same temperature as our equipment, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, pretty warm. And next we use the jacks, which are these two metal blades, to section the bubble off. And when we're squeezing down with these blades, we're not going to squeeze so much so that the glass like disconnects from itself, so the bubble is sectioned off completely. We still want air to travel in between these two sections. Oh, so this is just some compressed air. We're just cooling the glass down a little bit faster than if we were to leave it sitting. Oh yeah, and earlier we heated up and it looked like we rounded out the very end of the bubble. And this is where I'm assuming we'll see another pipe attached to the very end. We'll see. Eventually we are going to disconnect this bubble on the end by breaking it off right where we have that line cinched in. And both of these pieces of glass, any piece of glass that we're working on in the hot shop and we need to like put on pause, we'll set aside in the garage, which is a silver box right here sitting at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that temperature sounds super hot, but for glass, if it's any hotter, it'll start to melt and move, right? But if it's any colder, it'll start to break and crack from thermal shock. So this is just gonna hold it at the happy medium temperature in between. And this piece of glass is super thick right here at the center bench. If we were to break it off now, the surface is solid, but the inside's kind of taffy-like. So we bring over a second pipe with some clear glass on the end as an attachment. We'll push this onto the end or the bottom of the bubble. And then when we disconnect this bubble off of the end, we'll essentially have that second handle, kind of flipping the orientation of this bubble. With a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe, this piece comes right off. So we used thermal shock to our advantage there. We cooled that connection rapidly enough that it caused cracks and then popped off. So we're heating this up enough that we're able to go on the inside with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we've opened this up just a little bit. Anytime we're going on the outside, we're just kind of straightening things out, smoothing things out. And I know some new people have joined in here and there, so I just wanted to give a quick little recap on this section of a piece that we're working on right now and the designer of this piece. So we have Peter Hermansson, our visiting artist. He's in the front with the yellow sleeve on his left arm. And everyone else on the floor who's working on this piece, they are part of our full-time hot shop team. They work here full-time on the hot shop floor. They help visiting artists that come through, like today. And this is sadly the last day of Peter's residency here. But what that means for us is that we get to hear from him in just a moment, bit of his background and his inspirations on his art. And I've seen a sneak clip of these videos, sneak peek of these videos that we'll see during the lecture. of him going through the process of even starting these blanks in the very beginning, which this is the very beginning of all of these pieces you see on the front pedestals. So this striped section of glass, it's basically shaped like a cup, and it's going to be the base of this piece you see drawn right on the metal shield in front of where we've been working. So that's the piece we're going to see completely put together and finished after our lunch break and after our artist lecture, most importantly. So we just set that piece aside to keep it warm. This silver box is sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We just stuck basically, or we will stick the entire end of the pipe in there with the piece on it, basically just putting it on pause. So now our visiting artist will be introduced.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Isn't she great? Yeah, Mackenzie, can you get the music? The music's still going. Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Susan. I'm curator of education here, and I get to introduce some of the visiting artists. It's a great pleasure. And Peter, his residency is a Fuel Their Fire sponsored residency. You can, in fact, sponsor residency, you, the public. This one is an anonymous sponsorship. And it's also planned in partnership with our sister organization, Pilchuck Glass School. It is so interesting watching this work emerge. It's just fantastic. Peter is here from Sweden, and he works in the Swedish narrative tradition, and he has a background in graffiti and brings graphically expressive quality to the medium. Over the past 20 years, he has successfully refined a traditional Swedish Graal technique, an intricate image-based process developed at Orrefors Glassworks in the early 1900s. Peter's visual world explores the inner conflicts of the human experience, blending soft pastels with surreal narratives drawn from the psyche's inner landscape. His vessels embody tales from the subconscious, dreams, and the realm of symbols and myths, combining technical virtuosity with poetic creativity. Storytelling is central to his work. And this is really impressive work, and you look at the imagery on these pieces, it's absolutely extraordinary. So we're very anxious to hear more, Peter. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. Whoa, those words are pretty big. It was nice to hear. First of all, I want to just say a big, huge thank you to the museum and first of all the staff here at the Hot Shop. It's been a crazy, intense week, and a lot of the work has been. Yeah, I had a high expectation when I came here, because I know, of course, what they do here in the studio, but I think I never would have believed that it would be this good. So, I'm Peter Hermansson, and I'm an artist, and this is me talking, so this is the artist talk. So this is a picture of me, and now we start a little bit about my background. I'm from Sweden, and I'm up, really high up in Sweden. It's a small town that's called Lycksele. I grew up in that little city, and it was a good upbringing, but it was cold. It's very cold. You also got cold here, but we had long winters with a lot of snow, and here you can see the church. I just lived down the road, the church. I saw it from my bedroom window. Then, yeah, we have the bridge, and it was a nice little town. So I grew up there, and in that little city, either you played hockey, and I didn't play hockey. You play hockey, or you were a church, in the church. And my family was a very religious family, so I come from a background of I tried to like Google some similarities in the States, and I think it's called kind of a Pentecostalism. That does make sense, maybe. So this is a picture of me, not me, but the tent in the summers, in the short summers in Lycksele. Our family was very much into like these big meetings in tents, and my grandfather, he was like the chief of raising those tents. So as a kid, I helped my grandfather run under the canvas here and raise the tent, and it was quite an experience. My grandfather was a great tenor. He could sing really good, and he was like in this Christian barbershop quartet when I was a young kid, and he was on television and made records and stuff, so he was cool. So I grew up in that environment, but as I got older, that's kind of a religion where there are some elements that I didn't really understood. Maybe you have the people speaking in tongues, and you have the healing of people, and I didn't really connect with that, if you say so. So during this time, I was 12, 13 years old, I found something else, something that I was really into. I kind of did a revolt to my family, and I left the church when I was really young, because I found something much cooler, and that cool thing was coming from America, and that thing was graffiti. And this was in the late 80s, maybe 87, 88, somewhere. It came to Stockholm first in 83, I think. But my cousin went to Stockholm in 87, and I was 12. And then he came to me and showed me a drawing that he did, because he seen that in Stockholm. It was like cool. He wrote his name with cool letters and some ice on top that was dripping over the letters, and said, "This is graffiti, Peter. We have to do graffiti. We have to learn." So we started to try that, and nobody did that up in the north in Sweden back then, and especially not in Lycksele. So we started to try out, and during that time, my cousin's grandmother was called Atti. And Atti was an established artist in Sweden at that time. And she just saw that we were into this new thing, the graffiti thing. And she just took us under her wings and let us come up to her studio. And she had a great big studio, and she was making acrylic and oil on canvases. So we started to hang out in her studio, and she really talked to us. I mean, now we're maybe 14, 15 years old. But she really took our drive to paint and to be creative. She took that very seriously and talked to us as we were adults, and learned us a lot about like surrealism and Dadaism and modernism and historical and back, like all the art history, and you talked to us about that. And at that time she made these paintings, and for me it was like looking at graffiti. I could relate to it. For me it was like sculptures on canvas with letters, and so it was very relatable for me. This was 1990 then. So we kept on writing and painting in Lycksele, but on the main street, the small main street in Lycksele, there was a bookshop, and in that bookshop I found a book. And that book was about an artist called Eva Englund. And I didn't know that she made glass. I didn't know what that was, but man, I was in that store so often to look in that book, and I saw her sculptures and blown vessels, and I just stood there and looked at this, and also could relate to this, because this also was similar to like a graffiti style or something like that. So this got me like more into the art scene, and this is me. I'm 16 years old, and this I think this is so funny when I was preparing for this artist talk, and then I see myself standing there as a 16-year-old kid and looking what I've done on the wall, and it's like the same thing that I do now. I haven't developed anything. It's like the text is subconscious fear. It's like almost the same thing that I deal with now. And then you see the skull there. You have the skull here. You see like the screaming faces and stuff on there. Yeah. So I could really see that I don't develop so much from this time. But then life went on, and I was in my 20s. I also played music. So in between the 20s and 30s in my life, I was a musician. And I played the piano and I played the accordion, and I got in a band, and we were quite successful. We released records and toured in Sweden and Europe. And during those years, I also made art, like poster art and stuff. Okay. Okay, this doesn't work. I will see if I can do it on here. Ah, there. I did some cover for some records. Yeah, I do it on this. Yeah. And I did some poster art for different bands and our band and stuff like that. So I kept it going, all the painting style and like the decorations and everything. And I was painting a lot when I was doing music also. But then when I hit 30, I got this massive crisis. I was like thinking, oh jeez, I'm so old, I'm 30 now. I have just played music, I can't do anything, I need to learn something more. And then I thought back, and I still had in my mind Eva Englund and the book that I read before when I was like 15. And then I saw an ad for a glass school in Småland. That's the region for the glass in Sweden. So I applied for that school and got in. And then I arrived to this factory. This photo is not from now, but this is a historical photo. But the name is Pukeberg, and it's an old factory. And the factory was closed, but the school was in that building. And I remember so well when I came in the first day in that building and just felt the atmosphere, and I talked to the people there, and I was just, whoa, this, I really love the intensity of it and the smells and everything, you know, and I saw people working with glass, and I could understand it in a way like, it was like playing in a band. It's like music. Glass, it's like music. I mean, you play with others. You have to find the groove. You have to play the same tone, the same like rhythms and beats. So it was very, very relatable for me. And back in Småland, I also got to meet some characters. Småland is a bit related. It's located in the woods, deep in the woods, and there live very characters all over. So the guy here on the left, he became, after I went to school for 3 years, and then I started working with a guy here on left, and his name is Mickey Johansson. And he was like the man who knew about Graal technique and the thing that I wanted to learn, because I have now found the Graal technique, so I wanted to learn the most of it and to express myself through that technique. I also got to know the guy here that I'm having my fingers over. His name is Vilke Adolfsson, one of the old school masters in Sweden, and also the man who was blowing Eva Englund's pieces, Graal pieces. So he was like, he could tell stories for hours and hours of how it was back in the days and how Eva Englund was, and it was really exciting for me. So my life then just revolved around making blanks and blanks and blanks. So I did a big one, small one, transparent, opaque, in all colors and stuff. And like I'm gonna tell you, this is the story about the Graal, and this man is called Knut Bergqvist, and this photo is maybe back in 1920 or something. But this guy came to Orrefors, that is a glass work in Sweden, around 1910. And then at the same time there was an artist there also coming into that glass work, and those guys teamed up, because Knut Bergqvist was the main, the maestro and the best glass blower in the whole of the region. And he had worked with like overlay technique and cameo and stuff like that. It was fashion in France and Bohemian glass. So they two together like made a leap or a step to heat cameo glass up one more time, and then make the first Graal work. I'm going to tell you about it a little later, how that works. But that's the short story of those guys making the technique like work there. So and this is actually the world's and Sweden's #1 made Graal. It's dated 1916, and its engravings under it. It's Graal #1. So I got the opportunity to hold it in my hand once, and it was a great experience actually. So now I'm just going to show you a little about my work and how we do it, the technique behind how you work in this technique. And it all starts with the blanks, as I call them, and we call them. And here you have the big blank. But it all start with an overlay. Here you say a Swedish overlay, but it's an overlay. We use special tools to make them. And in short, it's like if you have two pipes, and one pipe making a core bubble, and the other pipe is making a bubble, and that the bubble comes and touches the core, and then you knock that off, the bubble off from that pipe, and then we are here now in this. We'll see here how this works. Yeah. This is, we're jumping in now when the bubble is attached to the core. So you can see the bubble is knocked off from the pipe, and it's now on the core. And then you open it up with the jacks, and then you bring the overlay tools, and then you press the bubble over the core. And this bubble contains of different really thin layers of color on top of each other. So when you turn that bubble inside out, you get the colors really on the surface of the blank. So now we have pushed. This is the team at Holmegård in Denmark that I also work in quite a bit. So that's the first part. You had pushed the bubble over the blank a little bit, and then we come over here, and then you reheat it. Oh, okay, I can see something else here. Yeah, there's the tool. You bring over the bubble and you straighten it up. And after that, you got the blank. When it's cooled down, you have a blank. So just making a blank in itself is a pretty tough thing, and it depends. You have to have a certain quality of your glass making to make a really good blank. And these guys here definitely have that, because this is like the first attempt of making a blank, and it's like perfect. So this is a big blank, and this is like containing now of thin layers of color here. So now my work now goes to the studio. At my home I have my atelier, and then I tape this blank up with vinyl tape, and then I have my sketches and my idea what I want to do. So I start to first I tape it up, and then I cut out the outlines of the illustrations that I want to do. So here it's the first layer of tape has taken off the blank, and then I sandblast it. And when I sandblast it, I go through the different layers, but I want to go to the next layer that's underneath. And then when you come down, in most of the cases I work like with black and white, and then I have a surface in another color. But that's when I'm down to the white color, I tape that once again, and then I do take off the tape that I want to go into the next layer of color. So then I build up slowly, building with masking and taping the blank. I make the illustration that I want to be, that's going to be on the final piece. So when the blank is ready, here is me at my sandblaster. So here you can see I mask things up, and I use, actually this was also a really cool thing for me to understand. When I started to work with the sandblaster, because the sandblaster is like a reversed spray can. So for me it was really easy to understand how to use the sandblaster. Instead of like putting on color, you're taking away color. So I could really use the mindset that I had with using spray and using stencils and stuff like that. So I just switched material and started to do it on glass instead. So then you have the final blank when it's all the layers are gone and all the fading are done and everything. Then it looks like this. And this is actually the blank that we did a couple of days ago. So this is this blank. So if you see on that, you can see that the images is there. So when the blank is ready, you put it in an oven again. I say it's like a three-step. The first step is making the blank. The second step is like preparing the blank with sandblasting and the illustration, and that's the mostly my most intense work. So it takes really long time, and I put a lot of effort of making these blanks. But then you put them in a annealer like this, and then you slowly heat them up to 560 Celsius. And then I'm going to take you through the process now. And then you take it to, you take it out, and then you have, now you can see that the blank here is on the pipe. And the beautiful girl there, that's my wife. So she helps us once in a while. And then you can add things. You can use color canes, and you can like paint details and stuff on the blank. So I do that quite a bit, and you can also see that on those pieces. There are some, and you can see here it's the red is just painted on the blank before we blow it up. So here is you can manipulate and add some interesting things. This is these pictures are maybe 5 years old, 6 maybe, and then we used to do some work in Boda Glasbruk. That's also in the region of in Swedish Kingdom of Crystal, as we say, and that's also the glassworks where I met Ben and Gabe from this studio the first time. They were there working in 2012 in Boda. It's 14 years ago, and then I had my studio there, and it was actually the year that I decided, because then I finished school in 2007, and then and then I worked as an apprentice for this Mickey Johansson, who has his studio there in Småland. I worked there for almost 4 years. And then my career is starting to take off during those years, so I made a decision in 2012 that I wanted to become more, I wanted to become an artist and not the glass blower, because I understood how much time and effort you need to like really be a good glass blower. You have to really give it all. And I took the decision that I wanted to let other better glass blowers do my stuff. I don't put any prestige in like who's making the piece. As long as my vision and my illustrations, I just love to work with good craftsmen. So that was back in 2012. Yeah, so this is a more little picture from the Boda where we are blowing up this this piece here. And here you can see that this is actually most of my role in the studio is like pointing to what they're going to do and not doing it myself. No, I really love to work with glass, and I understand glass, but I also understand that other people are better than me, and it's better if they do the things that I can. So here is like, you're gonna see this process soon when we are starting to work with this blank. It's in the annealer. So this piece was a custom-made piece for a client that we did. This is also me just telling others what to do. And this is Björn Friberg, the man that I work mostly with, and we have worked since 2012 maybe, also in that same year, maybe a little earlier. So he's my main gaffer and also my good friend, and we have worked long time together and try to develop the technique and try to make it more body in it and more sculpture-like, and not just blow vessels. Try to make the size to be bigger and just fighting with it to make it work. This is more photos from process. So this is the final piece of that one. So So I'm gonna go back a few steps from many people come up to me and ask me about my inspiration and stuff like that, and it's really hard questions, I think, to answer, but I think it's I have my background, and even if I was kind of revolting against my family, believe in my early teens, but one thing that stuck with me from that is what I call the art of believing. Like if you believe so hard, magic things can happen, and you can do so much stuff just believing in stuff. So that's I always have that with me, and I always been drawn to like the mysteries of life and like the riddles, not maybe to solve the riddles, but just to fascinate myself by that we are living in a big riddle. So that's I think in a way I use a lot of symbols, and I use a lot of archetypes in my work, in my imagery. So I think that could be some we can give form to something, and things we don't fully understand, we can understand something through our symbols, because I work in a very automized way, almost like the beatniks, the American beatniks. They invented the automatic writing. I sketch a very large amount of sketch, and then I put them together in a big collage, and then I use those collages to make the images. And then in that way I can also surprise myself sometimes, because maybe I don't really know what I'm doing at the time, but if I look back maybe 3-4 years and see the images that I did, I could suddenly see something that I clearly see a few years after why I did that. So it's a little riddle for myself how I do it, but it become a kind of language for me to create with images and symbols and stuff. I think after a while, after years you work, you see that you tend to use different keys in your artistry, and that you're not always conscious why you are using them, but some way they give meaning to you. So these are more like photos that I have made, and some pictures of pieces that I have made over the years. And this is one of the sketches I made many years ago that went into a series that was called The Speaking Tongue and the Holy Ghost, and it's clearly a reference to my background. So that was a little bit about myself, and this is my last picture now that's coming now, and then this is also back from 2012, and then I also met, I thought that back there it was like the circle was a little bit coming together, because this is Bo Knutsson, is my main gallerist in Sweden, and he was also the main gallerist for Eva Englund and had a very close relationship to her, and so it feels like it's I have seen the tradition and I have followed it, and now I'm trying to develop the technique and take it into another path also. So once again, thank you for all you guys here and the work you do and everything. And so and also thank you for the sponsor for this program that we're in. It's really a nice opportunity for me. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can, if anybody has questions, I can take them, of course. Come again? Yeah, do I see like the influences from graffiti in my work now? And I most definitely do that because I'm in the same palette and I use like strong complementary colors against each other, like green and red, and I want to make like an impression with my piece, and that's always been like in graffiti, you want to make the thing that people see directly and recognize, and I mean I think that's coming also pretty natural because I always thought about it like that, so I try to do that. Thank you.
Your work is often described as surrealist. Do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, I like the surrealists, but this one, this is the piece that I did the other day. So this is the first actual reference that I have to a surreal piece. You can see this. See that? You see the melting clock? That's the Dali, like the main main thing with Dali. And but I mean, I think that it's also because I work in the same with symbols and stuff like that, and try to twist them a bit. But it's a good question. Also, I think, yeah, yes, that is. I don't really know, but maybe it's because I was very influenced by the surrealist and the Dadaist when I was young. So I think that is also connecting. Anyone else?
So how long does it take to make such a vase?
Yeah, I say it's between 1 and 2 weeks to make the narratives on them, on each piece. And then of course it's take time to blow them at first. So you have to go and blow them, and then you have to make the illustrations. So I sent 150 kilograms to the museum from Sweden, and it was 8 blanks, I think 7 or 8, and it took me about like 2 months, 6 weeks or 2 months to prepare them. So it's a lot of work in them, and that's why it's so fun, this part for me, to blow, to actually pick up the blanks and blow them up is very fun for me. It's the funny part. I mean, the doing the blanks is like more introvert, and you sit in your atelier, and it's fun of course, but this is more like explosive and physical, because I also like the physical part of blowing glass, to like really sweat and really like powerful blowing. I love that part as well, but I also like to sit still in my atelier and think. So it's a contrast maybe that's that I like. Okay, it's all crystal clear here. So do you want to say something?
So thank you so much. That was really engaging and very informative. So Hot Shop is going to take a break now for about an hour for lunch, and they'll be resuming shortly thereafter. Thank you.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we're just getting started in here. I'll give you an introduction as to who's here and what we have going on, and then, of course, feel free to ask any questions that you have along the way. So we have a visiting artist, Peter Hermansson, and he's been here for a full week residency. Let's see if I can point him out to you all. Seems like he disappeared for just a moment. I'll make sure to point him out when he's back on the floor, but we have had him for 5 days. He started here on Wednesday. Today's the last day of his residency. We're working on pieces such as the ones that you see on the front pedestals and the front tables. And this incredible level of detail is coming from something called Graal, G-R-A-A-L. It's a technique where we start with this blank, like we have right here on this stool. Luckily, we have a physical example. And similar to what this is showing you on the screen, we have multiple layers of color on top of each other. And when we physically sandblast through the top layer of color, it reveals those layers of color underneath. And so using those techniques, laying out, it's kind of like a rubber material on the surface of the glass, and then carving certain parts away and sandblasting through that top layer of color, we end up with these designs. So this blank was made here in the hot shop the other day. I think he'll use it for a future project, not for this residency. Then he sandblasts through, and then we actually end up picking that piece of glass up again on the end of a pipe and blowing it out into these finished pieces that you're seeing here. And these blanks are already 20 to 30 pounds each of glass. So it's a lot of glass that we're working with in the hot shop. That leverage it has against you all the way on the end of the pipe is intense. It makes it about feel about 5 times heavier than it actually is. So the team that we have on the floor helping our visiting artists out, they work for the Museum of Glass. It's everyone you're seeing right now. They help all the visiting artists that come through. And we're going to see them work on the piece that's actually sketched out right here on this metal shield at the center bench. So we'll have a striped portion on the bottom and then a striped portion up on the top. That's the section that we're working on right now. And then the center portion is going to be that big Graal section that was made previously. So yeah, this is, as I described, kind of a 3-step process, right? You create the blank, you create the design, the pattern, and then you blow it out in the hot shop again. Now these designs, Peter was saying, took him a month and a half to create just the designs themselves. So that's the longest part of the process. So actually, yeah, we have multiple pieces of equipment, and I want to point them out to you all just in case you haven't been in a hot shop before. So the tank that we're just about to go inside of, right behind Ben back there, the one with the closed door, that's actually where we're holding the molten glass itself at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of a large ceramic crucible. And it's much the texture of honey, so we just stick the end of the pipe in there with whatever we already have on it, give it a twist, and then we end up with a ball of glass, like you'll see when Sarah comes out. Now we also have these open face furnaces at every bench, and these are used to reheat the glass, either to make it malleable or to keep it warm enough to not break, running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And everything's natural gas. I'll point out some specific tools as we use them later on as well, but that's kind of the general gist of the equipment that we're working with so far and the temperatures that we're working with. So there's our visiting artist over on the right side of the hot shop there. Again, Peter Hermansson. And those are the pieces that were worked on yesterday, I believe, which we have actually not gotten a glimpse of yet today. They've just finally started to cool down closer to room temperature. And just a quick reintroduction for those who have joined in a little bit later. I already pointed out our visiting artist, Peter, up in the front with the yellow sleeve on his left arm. Everyone else on the floor is working for the museum, helping him bring his designs to life. And the next piece that we're going to be working on and finishing by the end of the day today is drawn right here on this metal shield at the center bench, just in front of the furnace here. So that's what we're going to be working on. These pieces end up pretty humongous. This is definitely on the larger end of what we usually see in the hot shop. The end pieces end up between 20 and 30 pounds. So I just got a question about the colors, and I wanted to point out one more important thing right here. This is called color bar, and basically we take this and we layer it over and over on the glass. So if you look at the cross section of this right here, you would see the different layers of color directly on the surface, which it's too heavy for me to pick up. I can't show you, but this is then carved through, basically, with sandblasting. So you're sandblasting through that surface layer, and then you see the second layer of color. And then you cover up those two layers, and you sandblast again, and then you reveal like the third layer of color. So just keep sandblasting deeper to reveal the different layers of color. Yes, different metals, minerals, and oxides for the colored glass. So for example, some pinks will come from forms of maybe like an iron oxide or a gold chloride. Gold chloride is one of the most expensive colors in glass, and it produces a pinkish purple color. And then I know that a lot of yellows, reds, and oranges use, what was that word? No, it's just escaped me. Apologies. Blues will use cobalt. I know that a lot of antiquing glass is like a ruby red and then a cobalt blue. Well, the cobalt blue actually comes from a form of cobalt. So the center bench here, this is how we're creating the striped portion of our pieces. We have a black bubble of glass as our base, and then we just roll over top of these sticks of colored glass called cane, which are just straight white. And we'll eventually clear coat this. We'll gather one more layer of clear, and then that'll be the entire prep work for this section of the piece. And we actually did create one of these sections earlier. It's just sitting inside of this box, staying warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, my mic cut out. So this box here, if somebody disappears with something and they come back and they're just not holding it, or if they randomly appear with a piece of glass, it's usually this box. Now the end of this bubble is completely cut away. So you may have noticed the cane, those lines didn't come all the way to the end of the bubble. Well, now they do. They'll come to a perfect point in the middle. Now we can continue to blow this bubble out. So we've gotten to this point where the lines of cane are smoothed out now. So the entire surface of this bubble should be pretty smooth or pretty flush. We were using a nozzle to blow compressed air onto the surface of the bubble. This is just cooling it down a little bit faster than if we were to leave it alone to cool down at room temperature. What we're trying to do here, this process of cooling and then heating and then smoothing, the walls of this bubble are so thick that when we're heating it up over and over again, the surface is not heating up enough that we could smooth it out. So we're letting the entire thing cool down and then we're just heating the surface, essentially. That's what we're trying to do. And then eventually, I believe we will be gathering some layers of clear glass over top of the lines of cane as well. We usually don't want any color or designs on the very surface of the piece. Otherwise, we can kind of chip away at that. You'll see later on, we attach a pipe to the end. Yeah, some of these pieces, it's really cool. Again, we start with those blanks, right? Well, the color is directly on the surface of those blanks. So some of them were gathering clear glass over the whole thing, but some of them you could tell that it's just the blank itself. Like, you could feel a textural difference between the different colors. It's because some of the blanks were so large that it would have made it uncontrollable if they gathered clear glass again over top of it. And we had that happen with the piece we made earlier. They planned on gathering clear, and they ended up just sticking with the blank because it was so big already. And could we have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? So we have a slideshow that I want to show off. It'll pop up on the screen eventually. But I wanted you guys to see the final products, get an idea of some of the final products. And there are also a few process photos of kind of the later part of the process when we already have the entire piece on the end of our pipe. If I could have this slideshow on the screen, please. And then later on, I should have some videos to show you as well, which we actually saw during our artist lecture at about 1 p.m. So each time we have a visiting artist, we always have an artist lecture on their last day here, where they talk about their inspirations and they talk about basically like the storyline of them becoming who they are today as an artist. And if you are interested in watching that, we actually live stream every single time we're on the hot shop floor, so we have that permanently saved on our YouTube channel now. Always make sure to point that out. And you can also see the piece that we worked on earlier because of that as well, which is currently resting inside of that black box over on the left wall. And eventually will be cooled down in there with this piece that we're working on. Oh, and it looks like we've just gathered up another layer of clear. This is just a pipe cooler that we're using real quick. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe into. You're not missing anything crazy over there. Ooh, so up on the screen, this is one of the videos we saw during the artist lecture. So this process right here, this is actually the Swedish overlay. And this is how we're getting those layers of color onto the bubble to begin with. So this is how we're creating the blank right here that we have on the stool. Yeah, the idea is we create a bubble of just that pure colored glass, and then we're essentially inverting that bubble over top of a second bubble to be able to layer these colors on top of each other, and to get the color directly on the surface, because we want it on the surface so we could sandblast through it. So with this bubble of glass, I wanted to point out a couple of important things that we've just done. We've taken the jacks, which are those two metal blades, just straight up and down blades, very long. We took those, we squeezed it right off the end of the pipe, basically, and we're creating a weak point to eventually break this bubble off from. We do this with all of our pieces. We create that weak point, and then eventually you'll see we apply water to crack the connection and pop it off there. And it looks like we may be trying to open up the end of this bubble as well, so it's essentially going to be open on both ends eventually. With this piece that we have drawn on the metal shield right in front of where we're working, for anyone that hasn't seen that yet, we have the base of the piece has this striping and the top of the piece has this striping. But the top of the piece has to be open, almost like a vase or a bottle. So we need it open-ended on both sides. So we section the end of the bubble off as well. We're letting this section cool down and then we'll completely knock it off. And you'll see this leaves behind a small opening into the remaining larger section of the bubble. So kind of cool to see. It's interesting, right? It's completely cool on the surface. It's solid. It's not moving when we stop turning the pipe. Yet when we hit it with the wooden paddle to knock it off, it was tacky in the center, so it still held on where it was cinched down. That's why we have to wait for it to cool down for so long. The walls are so thick that the inside is still molten even though the surface is solid. So after getting a little bit of heat, we're able to go on the inside of the piece with the jacks this time. Again, those two metal blades, and we're lightly lifting up the wall, just widening this opening, smoothing it out at the same time with the wooden paddle. And I don't know if I pointed this out to you guys yet, but we have this box in the front right here, which we're preheating a piece of glass, one of these designed blanks, right, to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit hotter, and we'll be able to pick it up out of that box on the end of our pipe and start working with that really heavily designed, patterned piece of glass.
So that is the glue that Ben is making now, the glue that we're gonna glue the blank in the needler. So then we have a caliber that he measured how wide it will be, so it will fit to catch. If you hold this one, you're gonna catch this.
Yeah, opening to opening, basically. So this clear glass is formed around the end of the pipe in such a way that it's creating a collar of clear glass around the end of the pipe. So if we were to blow air into this pipe right now, it would just pass all the way through and out the other end. It's not being stopped by that glass. Because of that, when we attach it to the opening of this blank, we're basically creating a bubble out of those two pieces of glass, and we'll be able to blow into that blank and treat it like a normal bubble of glass. So we're coming over with our collar. We're attaching it to the opening of that cup, that blank. And we're able to pick it up and then bring it to the center bench, where we can bring it up to a healthier temperature. Right now it's at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which if it's any colder, it'll start to crack and break from thermal shock. It's just barely warm enough. So we are soaking up a bunch of heat, and you could see that we were preparing this metal table just a moment ago. We're going to be rolling it on the marver, which is the name of this table. It has a thick slab of stainless steel on top. We can use it for shaping, and more importantly, for a big portion of this next process, we're going to be cooling the glass. Because it's a thick slab of stainless steel, it sucks heat out of the glass wherever the bubble is touching it, and that helps it not blow out very much in that direction. It basically keeps certain portions of the bubble cooler or thicker as we blow this piece out. But yeah, this takes a little while because the walls of this cup or this, start are so thick. So we have to really soak up a lot of heat before we start shaping it. And welcome to those who just joined in. I see a lot of people just came in, so I want to give a quick introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on. So we've just pulled out this beautiful patterned piece of glass that's been designed and created by our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson. He's the one in the kind of the center here, the jeans on, the long jeans. Everyone else on the floor, they're working for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through, like Peter. And this is the last day of his residency, so we're going to finish off this piece right here, which this is only a portion of the piece that we're seeing right now. This is the center of it. We have this drawing, luckily, right here at the center bench on this metal shield in front of where they're working. And this drawing has 3 sections to it, a striped section at the top and the bottom, and then this pattern section in the middle. Which luckily, before you guys came in, we created and prepared those pattern sections. So now it's a matter of blowing out and preparing this middle section, and then we just start attaching things together, and then the final blow out and finish. So yeah, this is a pretty big piece. Our visiting artist talked about the inspirations behind his work earlier and himself as an artist. And all of these pieces that are out on display are his, that have been made over the past few days or so of the residency. Yeah, using some incredible techniques. These pieces take a long time just for the patterning itself. Peter was saying it took him a month and a half to get that patterning on the surface of the glass. And as you can see, these pieces are pretty heavy. So the blanks themselves are between 20 and 30 pounds each of glass. And some of these pieces, they took the blank, which is this entire piece of glass, kind of like this right here, just has a pattern on it. And then they clear coat it. They gather another layer of clear over it, which I don't think we're going to do with this one, but that makes the piece even heavier. So while I have a little bit of time here, could I have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. So this will be up on the screen, and I also just wanted to talk a little bit about how we get to this patterned glass to even begin with, because some of you have joined in a little bit later, maybe didn't hear that process yet. But this is the blank right here, right? So this was actually made in the hot shop here over the past few days or so. I'm not exactly sure what day, but it has all these layers of color directly on the surface of the glass. These different layers are all directly touching each other right on top of each other up to the surface of the glass. And our visiting artist, he will take these blanks, he covers the entire thing in basically like a big rubber sticker, for lack of a better explanation. And then he carves away at it and reveals some of the glass underneath, right? He peels some off, and then he sandblasts it. And he sandblasts completely through that surface layer of color wherever it's revealed, and that reveals the second layer of color underneath. And he can continuously do that deeper and deeper to reveal these different layers of colors. And that's how he's getting these really intricate, sharp lines on the final products, as he's using that sandblasting to etch through the glass. So that's how we ended up here. This video that is kind of playing in the background too, this is how we get those layers of color onto the surface of the bubble to begin with. This is called a Swedish overlay. So again, this is pure colored glass just directly layered onto the surface of the bubble. So once we have our pattern on our blank, which is this shape right here, we pick that up again on the end of a pipe, and we can blow this out and work with it further in the hot shop to turn it into a final piece. So that's the step that we're at right now, is the third and technically final step, where we're actually blowing it out and turning it into something. Thank you. And I'll just point out again, for those who joined in more recently, the drawing on this metal shield right in front of where we're working right now, that's what we're working towards. And feel free to ask any questions that you have. Just grab my attention and I'll come over and I can answer a lot of technical questions. If you have any questions about the artist or for the artist, you can always ask the artist. So for those who came in more recently, this table right here is called the Marver. It has a thick slab of stainless steel on the top of it. We're using it for a couple of reasons. We've used it to roll and kind of get the surface of the entire bubble. We're touching the surface of the entire bubble all across. And this is smoothing the surface of the glass out. Because we sandblasted the surface, we have kind of these valleys here and there where we sandblasted through to the other colors. And we also, where that cup is connected to the clear, have basically this little bit of a divot that we're trying to get rid of, right where it's connected to each other. And yeah, they're still just working on, it looks like mostly that divot. They're worried about that section there. They want to make sure it's completely connected before they move on. And we're just using the pipe cooler again. This is a trough of water that we set the pipe into. It is kind of cool that you can see the piece really close up like that, though, if you happen to sit specifically in the front row over on the right side. So we let that cool down enough that we are able to gather a layer of clear glass over top of it. So we are gathering over this, it looks like. Yeah, we always let that previous layer cool down, so we essentially have a solid core within that next layer of glass. And we're going to use this contraption here to help us gather. This thing is so heavy, it's really hard to lower it in there and then lift it back out properly, the normal way we would usually do it. So this is going to support a lot of the weight as we go in there and get our next layer. Then we come straight out. And this is a strip gather, so we're letting some of the clear glass drip or strip off of the bubble, leaving us with a thinner layer of that clear. We're not looking to build up a bunch of mass, we're just looking to get clear glass coating the surface. And each time we get a new layer of clear glass, we sit down and we use the block. Well, this bubble is too big to just hold a block in our right hand and then roll the pipe with our left hand, so we're outside of the bench doing this, but we're just trying to smooth the surface of the glass out again by using that wooden spoon shaped tool or wooden bowl shaped tool. And next we've moved on to using this pad again. This is just folded up newspaper that Ben is holding, and it's usually splashed with a little bit of water before we use it. And we're now starting to blow this piece out. So after another good heat, we bring this back to the bench. And we'll continue to blow this out. We're using these wooden paddles to shield Ben's arm from the radiant heat that's coming off of the piece, by the way. I do get questions about those wooden paddles. We use them to flatten the bottoms of our pieces as well, which is why they're so charred up. So now we're definitely using the marver at this point to cool certain areas of the bubble. And for those who joined in a little bit later, I explained earlier the marver, this table has a thick slab of stainless steel on top, so it sucks heat out of the glass wherever the glass is touching the table. So now we're using that property on purpose. We're rolling the glass on the table and cooling the bottom half-ish of the bubble so that it stays thicker and doesn't blow out as much. And now we can get started on that jack line. So using these two metal blades, we're squeezing down into the glass off the end of the pipe, and we're creating a weak point to break the piece off from later on. And welcome to those who just joined in. So we are going to be working on this piece for the rest of the second half of the day, I believe. This one's pretty big. We picked up a blank, kind of like this, with a design on it that was made by our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson. He's the one in the back with the long blue jeans on. And everyone else on the floor, they're working for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through. So Peter's the one, he brought in all this work. He brought in all these ideas. And we've made all of these finished pieces on the front pedestals and on the table and the cart right here next to me. So these have all come from the last 3 to 4 days or so of the residency. And this piece right here is also going to have a section of striped glass on the bottom and the top. This piece is going to end up looking like this drawing that's on the metal shield right behind where they're working, which I know might be a little bit hard to see right now, but just keep an eye out. So yeah, the top section is striped, the bottom section striped, and then this pattern section right here is going to be the entire middle of the piece. And if I could see our visiting artist slideshow real quick, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going of our visiting artist's previously made work. This will kind of give you an idea of the things he's made before and get to see some glimpses of the process. So this right here, this short video, is a video of the Swedish overlay. They start with a bubble of glass. This bubble in particular has a color within it already as well. And then this second bubble of color, it's pretty thin, is applied to the end and then quite literally just inverted or pushed over the entirety of the larger bubble itself. And this is creating a really thin layer of color directly on the surface of the piece, which our visiting artist then sandblasts through to reveal the secondary layers of color underneath. So that's how these really intricate, fine lines and designs are created in these finished pieces. It's really incredible work. He said it took him a month and a half to create the designs, the patterns for all of these pieces that we've made during the residency. Thank you. So we're now sectioning the end of the bubble off. Using the jacks, these two metal blades will start cinching down a little bit by little bit. And the idea is to create this divot, basically, in between the large portion of the bubble that we want to keep, and then just this little end of black glass will be knocked off, and that'll create an opening into this entire piece. And again, we already have the striped section of glass that we worked on earlier that will basically bring over and then cap the end off with the striped section. So we break that end section off. And again, this is creating a small opening so we can go in and flare this open and then connect that cup to the end. Which that striped section, that striped cup is sitting inside of the garage, this silver box right here at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll pull that out in just a bit. So now we go on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, and we'll slowly just start to lift the wall, which will open this up. And we have some calipers. We measured the opening of that striped cup we made earlier, so all we have to do is open it to the same size, and then the two should connect very flush together. So this is just a little size check right here. We're going to start heating up the two openings, and then we'll be able to actually bring these two sections together. And for those who just came in, you joined us at an exciting moment. We're going to connect these two pieces of glass together pretty soon here. We've just done a little size check, making sure those openings will line up. And it looks like we do have to widen the opening of this piece of the center bench just a bit further. But pretty soon here, we'll start heating up the two openings to these two pieces, and then we'll bring them together. And this is eventually going to end up being the drawing on the metal shield right here at the center bench. We have a striped section at the base of the piece, a striped section at the top of the piece, and then the entire middle section has this really beautifully patterned glass like our display pieces. And these were made by our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson. He's the one who's at the center bench holding onto the pipe right now with the yellow sleeve on his arm. Yeah, he's been working on these pieces for a little while, and these pieces, again, were made over the past few days of his residency. So residency started Wednesday, and this is the last day here today. So this will be the final biggest piece that we're finishing off today. So we just brought our two pieces together. We're going to smooth this connection out using the newspapers while we give it a puff of air. And then we're going to disconnect this smaller pipe that we used to bring the cup over. So there we have our two pieces connected. Thank you, thank you. And could I have our visiting artist slideshow, please? So for those who joined in more recently, up on the screen there's a slideshow playing of our visiting artists' previously made work and some process photos. And at the end of the slideshow there's even a video showing how we get these blanks to even start off with, which we have an example of one right here on this stool, kind of center front of the hot shop. This blank is sandblasted. There are multiple layers of color all on the surface of this blank. So when you sandblast through that first layer on top, you can see the second color, sandblast through that second color, you see the third color, and that's how we're getting these really beautiful crisp lines and designs on these finished pieces. And this is how they get the color to begin with. Up on the screen, this is a Swedish overlay where they're overlaying some pure colored glass directly onto the surface of this bubble. So really interesting process. We got to see this one day during this residency, but most of this residency has been focused on actually picking those blanks up that already have the pattern on them and then blowing them out into these finished pieces. And our visiting artist worked on those designs for, he said, a month and a half before he was ready to actually turn them into these final pieces. So that's the longest part of the process, is the designing and the sandblasting. So we picked up one of those patterned blanks for this piece at the center bench. And we also had prepared earlier 2 sections of glass that have an overall color of black with the white striping from something called cane, which are basically sticks of colored glass. So we've already attached that bottom section. This is the bottom of the piece right here that we're working on right now. And then we'll be working on the top half of the piece after we finish that. And this entire thing will be finished at the end of the day today. And yes, this is a massive piece of glass, much bigger than what you would usually see made in the hot shop. Thank you. Yeah, so those blanks themselves, I know it looks small compared to the finished pieces, right? But the walls are super thick. So these are on their own already 20 to 30 pounds of glass, and we've gathered clear glass over it, and we've connected this patterned cup to the bottom, and we will do the same thing to the top as well. And I get questions about this a lot, so I'll preemptively explain. We're heating up the clear glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe continuously. This is the coldest area of the glass or the piece. The pipe is kind of sucking heat out of the glass, and it's furthest away from the, the heat we're pushing the entire pipe into right now. So it tends to get pretty cold pretty quickly. You can see there's not a lot of color in it. This will start to crack and pop as time goes on if we're not careful. So we just apply a little extra heat using the fluffy torch, so they're called every once in a while. So we're just trying to keep that area warm enough that it doesn't crack. Yeah, we're using a fluffy torch, so it's called, to heat up the moil. The moil is the clear glass that connects the piece and the pipe together. And then overall, we are heating this up and just making sure the entire piece, again, stays at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent cracking and breaking. And we've been continuously working it towards a perfect cylindrical shape, which we also set this up here. I'm not sure if we'll use it super soon. I'm trying to wait and see when they use it, but this wooden board that we have laid out on the table has some wet newspaper over top of it, and we're going to be using that at some point, rolling the entire piece on its side on that to straighten out the whole thing, which will be pretty satisfying. So now we're technically working at both of our benches at the same time. So here at the center bench, we're still just working on keeping it warm, just balancing the heat out. And then over on the left bench, we've prepared another pipe with some clear glass on the end. We've shaped this clear glass into basically a crown shape, as you can imagine, facing away from the pipe. And this is exactly what we attached to the center of the bottom of our pieces. And you can actually kind of see this crown shape residually left over on the bottom of this piece right here, which this has to be cold worked away, so ground, polished down until it's gone and just smooth and flat on the bottom. So even when we finish our piece in the hot shop, the piece isn't completely done. It still has to go through that cold working process. So we just brought that pipe over. We attach this to the center of the bottom of the piece. And we go in with the jacks and we create this divot in the middle of that connection, just making a weak point to break this pipe off at the very end of the process as well. And then to break the piece off, we apply water right in that divot, cracking the connection enough that when we tap the pipe, it pops off. And then helping support the weight from both ends, we're going to heat this entire thing up to a healthy temperature. So now that we have this pipe attached to the bottom, we're going to start heating up this end and preparing it for the final striped piece that we prepared earlier. We'll attach that onto this end as well. So we have our final section already out over on the left bench. We're just keeping that warm. We'll take it over and do a size check once we have this opening to a certain size right here at the center bench. So again, we're not connecting them quite yet. We're just going to do a quick size check. So to connect the two together, we'll just start heating up basically the two openings and then connect them right here at the center bench. So just like that, we have all of our pieces connected to each other. And from here on, it's just shaping and finishing the entire piece off. Yeah, I wanted to check and ask him because he's the one who's, they've all been taking turns lifting it. I'm sure is a better idea. He said somewhere between like 40 and 60 pounds of glass. And it is kind of hard to tell, especially when you're getting larger or longer pieces because of the leverage it has against you. It makes it feel so heavy, like 5 times heavier than it actually is. So even if you're working with a piece of glass that's only like 20 pounds, it could feel like you're lifting 80 to 100 pounds. Yeah, it's crazy. You could tell that they're all working really hard to lift this piece of glass. Sometimes if a piece is heavy enough, they'll actually support the weight using 3 people, which it looks like we're just about to do right here. 2 people will lift in the front and then 1 person will lift in the back. So we can kind of reinflate a piece of glass by using the Sofietto, which is this cone-shaped tool. That cone blocks off the opening, and we just blow into the mouthpiece on the opposite end. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. So we're finishing off a massive piece in the hot shop here. This is made or designed by our visiting artist, Peter Hermansson, and he's the one in the very back with the long blue jeans and the yellow sleeve on one of his arms. Everyone else down on the floor, they work for the museum, and we're seeing them help him bring these designs, these visions to life. And these pieces are incredible. They're using a special technique called Graal, Graal. And the way that this is done is there are multiple layers of color on the surface of a bubble, just like this. So this is called a blank right here. And they will sandblast through that surface layer of color to reveal the second layer of color underneath, and then so on and so forth, however many layers of colors there are on there. So that's how these pieces have such crisp, fine lines and fine designs on them. And this was all done by Peter himself back at his home studio in Sweden. He said that he worked on these pieces for a month and a half before he was ready to bring them in and actually blow them out, turn them into these final forms. Took him a month and a half to get those patterns and designs. And this is, of course, the last piece of the residency. They're finishing us off with a really impressively large piece of glass. So that wooden board, we've been using it for cylindrical shapes or for cone shapes. Basically, the idea is it applies pressure along the entire wall of the piece all at the same time, which really straightens it out. And yeah, it's coated in or layered with some wet newspaper on top as well, just to partially protect that wood. And I wanted to check in, were you guys in here earlier? Yeah? Okay, cool. So you don't need the general introduction, but we're pretty close to finishing this completely. We have a little bit of color, everyone, that we're going to be adding to the very lip of the piece. So lip wrap, just a bright pop of color, kind of like this right here. We're preparing that over on the left bench right now. So as soon as we finish off kind of the general shape of the opening of this piece, then we'll bring that color over and we'll apply that as well. So after knocking off that excess little bit of glass, we should be pretty much ready to bring that color over and wrap it around the opening.
Maybe this time, Alex. I never put a lip wrap on my
So we just brought over our bit of color. We basically just lightly touch this down on the lip of the piece, and then as we turn, it wraps all the way around and creates a rim of that color. Now this will have to be smoothed and evened out just a bit. And I'm sure there will be some final touch-ups that need to be made throughout, like maybe the shoulder and up. But overall, that is pretty much kind of the finished product that you're seeing. Yeah, just a little bit of touching up. So we're still just smoothing out the lip, that little bit of color that we applied. And I did hear Ben talking about how they're gonna heat this piece up and push the shoulder down one more time to make sure it's completely cylindrical all throughout. So we might see them use that large wooden board again to do that. Oh yeah, just in case you didn't know, the reason that happens to the shoulder throughout the process, as we're heating things up and turning and turning and turning, that centrifugal force is kind of pulling the walls of the piece outward. And so to fix that, again, we're just going to use this wooden board on the side. So at this point now, we prepare to break the piece off and put it away. So we're going to heat up this clear glass connecting the piece to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection, specifically right there in the clear. And then we know it's safe to apply some water, crack that connection, pop the piece off completely, and then put it away. We'll be putting it inside of this large black box over on the left wall. This is one of our annealers, and it's sitting currently at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button, it'll start to slowly cool down in a really controlled cycle, the annealing cycle, overnight or so. So one final heat, get your pictures while you can, because we're just about to break this off now. And to break this piece off, we're going to be applying a little bit of water at that connection point. And then with a tap of the pipe, this should pop right off into those Kevlar gloves. And that is the final piece finished. Let's give them a huge round of applause for all their hard work into that piece. It's a massive piece of glass. And it is safely inside of the annealer. We'll see that piece again sometime tomorrow once it's cooled down. Final piece of the residency, final day of the residency. And thanks for watching to the end.